I'm an idiot. I am an idiot. But yeah. Now I should show up as live. Anyways, I'm going to do my whole bit again. I'm gonna do my fucking bit again.
Here comes that boy. Oh shit, what up? Here comes that boy.
Fuck. Again. Shut up. Fucking this up so bad.
Here comes that boy. Oh shit, what up? Here comes that boy. Oh shit, what up? Oh shit, what up? Here comes that boy. Oh shit, what up? Here comes that boy. Oh shit, what up? Here comes that boy. Oh shit, what up? I know boy got video. Boy do shit I know. I know boy got video. Boy do shit I know.
I fucking did it again. I hate this. Let me just put some lo-fi. Okay. Music is a bit loud. I'll lower it a little bit. Okay. Okay. Hopefully that's everything settled. And I can show my face. It's been something. I fucked up in the beginning. I streamed on the test server so nobody could see I was live. I tweeted, but nobody could see I was live. But hopefully that's fixed. Everything should be working fine now. Man, I really wish I had a better tripod so I could like centralize the camera slightly better. It's really off-putting that I have like, I guess I could just, let me see if I can do some mumbo jumbo magic here. I can do that, I guess. Center on screen and maybe slightly bigger. There we go. I don't know how I feel about that. But yeah. Hey, there we go, finally. There we go. Now it's starting to pop off. Now the stream's starting to pop off. Okay. But yeah, so I was doing some testing. I've been working out with my Twitch shit. Trying to make it, you know, slightly more professional. I wanted to work on the stuff beneath here, like the panels and stuff, but I'll ask for help for that. That's not really my forte. I was messing around with like stream alerts. Actually, wait, let me do something. Here we go, copy. And then my face, put this shit here. Paste. And boom. I made that. I made a little goal thing. I should probably make it bigger. God, if it was only that easy in real life. There we go. No. Oh my god, why is this a binary? Interesting. Why is this binary? I don't know why this is binary, but I guess I'll put it down here. Transform. Center on the horizontal and boom. That looks alright. You know, gotta get followers, you know? Such is the life of a streamer. What's the Minecraft server doing? Oh. Damn, that's... Okay. Ooh, I can't show that on stream. I guess the Not Safe for Work channel really isn't the best one to have. Clicking on stuff. I'm basically just at this point just stalling. Maybe I'll start in like 6 minutes. I would like at least somebody to be here to see the beginning of the game. It is a stream. It is supposed to be entertaining. I can make it entertaining alone. But it's easier when you have an audience to play off of, you know? Mumbling? You can't hear what I'm saying? Did my shit reset again? Like, audio-wise, it should be sounding right. The music is louder when you mumber. Should I up my gain then? I'll up it up a little bit. You're just mumbling? Really? I thought I was speaking more coherently, but I guess I was mumbling. I was just talking to myself, you know? Trying to get those vocal cords, warming them up. Because I'm going to be reading a lot today. I should probably have gotten some water. But look, did you see the thing I have below? Yeah, look. I'm technically almost halfway there. I also did this. It's still a work in progress, but...
Wow. Wow.
So dumb. I love it. Why is it so surprising that I have so many followers?
Wow.
You have to see mine when you get the chance. Oh, I mean, the reason I started doing this is because you motivated me to like do some shit for mine. Why is my music stop? Why music stop? Okay, there we go. Stop. Why you stopping? Actually, Anna, let me show you my new intro song. I have an intro song which kind of sucks because people aren't here when I start streaming. But Nomi sent it to me and I really like it. Let me put it up. So because I just want to share it. Yes. There you go. Stop this. Stop this. It's great. I love it. I can feel the cringe already. What? Why would you say that? Why would you say that? It's like my aesthetic. Oh shit, what up? Here comes that boy. Oh shit, what up? Yeah, I'll show you real quick what the music, the animation is. Yeah. It's the frog. It's oh shit, here comes that boy. No, here comes that boy. Oh shit, what up? I take it back. You can't take it back. No take backsies. No take backsies. Yes, I do save my streams. You mean like recording? I stopped recording them because I ran out of hard drive space. So I'm just getting the VODs for now. Because I was recording them in MP4 and they were still pretty big. It was like 20 gigs a stream. And so it filled up my data. I deleted some old shitty streams so I can make space. I think it was Conan or like Phantasy Star Online. That was like a huge game, but I had to delete previous streams because like I'm out of space in my computer. I only have like 3 terabytes. 3 terabytes? Yeah, around 3 terabytes. I'm planning when I move to my new place. I want to change the files, save files, and recordings in a different place. You know where to do that? I do actually. It's in your settings. You go to your output. Sorry, not output. Video. Sorry, not video. What the fuck was it? I thought it was output. I might not be able to see it. Oh, here we go. I have it in, since I have it in advanced. In advanced, you have the option of recording, and there you can choose your recording path. There, yeah, so there's your recording path and you can set it up. If you have simple mode, I don't remember, but it should be on that page. It's a pretty simple change. Wait a second, something's not showing up. I also did something else. Let me see if I can fix it. This, copy, this, paste. What is this doing here? Delete this. Delete. Or remove. Yes. I need to add this. Paste. Okay, there we go. And boom. I wonder how it's gonna... Oh, I think it already transitioned. Hey, can somebody type that on the chat? Type something? Anything? There we go. You see it? Oh, you see it over there? I put my chat on screen. Yes. Now you can, yes. It does not like last a long time. It just disappears after a bit. I don't know if I should keep it. Lawyer up. Hey, Chemical. How you doing? You need to censor? Probably, yeah. But I don't know. If this is the stream that I get banned, at least I know that I'm ready because, you know, lawyering. Or like, it doesn't really last on the screen for too much. So it might not be as bad. Okay, so let me start actually setting up the game. It's up. I just have it muted. Self-plug. I mean, if you're gonna self-plug when I have viewers. Let me. Though I respect. Let me see. Is it? Am I getting the game? All right. Let me turn the music on. Let me know if the. I need to program a timer so I self-plug every 10 minutes. The chat box might ban you if you do that. No, not gonna lie. Okay, so can you? How does the game sound? Is it low? Is it good? Sounds good. Okay, perfect. Finish playing the game. Wait, no, wait. Back. Special content. Ooh, what does this mean? Accolades Gallery Auditorium Escapades Taylor. What? There's what? Yo. Hello. Oh shit. I've never seen this game. So do you know of Ace Attorney? It's a very good visual novel. It's literally no? Okay, so Ace Attorney. Wow, I never actually had to describe it. It's a visual novel about you being a lawyer and having to basically figure out how your clients are innocent. Because in this world, similar to actual Japanese courtrooms, trivia, the victims are like they're guilty until proven innocent. So the game is basically you're an attorney. You're a defense attorney, and then you have to protect people. But these cases get ridiculous. They're like super contemplated, like it's hard to explain. But in a way, this game in particular has a lot of base on the Sherlock Holmes stories. Okay, so do we go with weeb or steampunk? Still kind of weeb, but steampunk. What's Sherlock? Yeah, even an Ace Attorney. Steampunk. Okay, so this is Sherlock Sholmes. Not to be confused with Sherlock Holmes because of copyright. This is Sherlock Sholmes. Should we go with this? Oh, shit. So they make him look weeb. Do we want to weeb Sherlock Sholmes? Or just a regular Sherlock Sholmes? I like the suit though. I like the suit because you got like this, but I like the suit. Granted, this is not how they look in the game. Like these are like the correct things, but I want the suit, please. Yeah, I like the suit. Or do you mean for like Sherlock Sholmes? Do you want the detective cap or the weeb cap? Okay. Okay. But yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. This makes the game worth it. Okay. So this is actually 2 games in 1. Each game is very long. So you got The Great Ace Attorney and The Great Ace Attorney 2. Each game is 5 cases. So this is gonna be a couple of streams. A couple of them. I started the stream early today because I wanted to see like I can make it a long stream. But yeah, let's go.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Adventure, Episode 1. No, I didn't read it. I was reading chat. 22nd of November, 8:43 a.m. The Supreme Court Judicature Defendant Antechamber. Okay, so can I make this faster? Text skip on. Enable or disable. Can I just make it faster? Did I save it? I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the door to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. It's so dumb, I love it. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Naruhodo. This is literally objection. His name is literally objection. This is how they scream objection in Japanese. As a weeb, I know. Oh fuck, my camera. There we go. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow find myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. Shit, he don't even let me narrate. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. Who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. What's vibrating? Why is my desk vibrating? Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kasuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. I don't like laughing, you know? There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor, murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kasuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in his second year of Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. It's impressive considering... Oh, it's not that impressive. The very concept of a lawyer is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyways. My qualifications don't mean much yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get a study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Oh, Nawami's. Nawami's playing its takes too. I guess that's happening soon. Finally, those government elites, have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you. I'm proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's a mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. Oh wait, that's Kazuma. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I had to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Wrong, Peterson. Then come with me. We have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it was that simple. Oh dear. Look at the time. I'd better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place for a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Sogi, may I have a word? Oh, I should have a deeper voice. He looks like... Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has a personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chamber. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may have been some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at the university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Inosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryonosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I am a professor of forensic medicine at Yuma University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard the name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Huh? As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that this permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I suspected, you are unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? Oh wait, wrong person. The administration has chosen from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It is very difficult to persuade them to grant permission. even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. This is gonna fuck up my throat. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence would be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You will soon understand once proceeding gets underway. What? Then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It will seem our surreptitious discussion are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want the found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating the likes of you anyway. Interesting. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dream of studying abroad are over. What's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolute no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. And my one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial would decide my destiny. Anime! That's anime as fuck. 22nd of November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. Why did I go British there? I don't much like the look of the people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that may have been demanded. Would this be a secret trial? A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Shit. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That is correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures is for the defendant advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I'm obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant? But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I say? Bitch, I do. I'm gonna be the defense lawyer. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Yes! What What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Yonosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Yonosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dream of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that. Really, it's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel. Really?
Objection!
There we go. There we go. First objection. Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident that he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated the most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, a very high standard of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have been undertaken. Competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. That's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Yonosuke. Let me guess. My mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court records. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court records with the press of E. E. If you ever forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press E for the court record? Alright. There's no time to lose. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead of with E. You'll find details about the victims in here. When you're done, just press C to go back. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press R to present. Yes! Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yuma University 3 years ago. Indeed. Which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's more valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The courtroom therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, a feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has been unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in your English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose the next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the cause of death. The cause of death? Obviously, that was... Ryonosuke, remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find a piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death, and select percent. Do it now.
Yes!
Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes. That's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, Counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. So that's a photographic print. Well, something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the facts for this case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime where it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Clearly your defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asagi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oars in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is run in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rain out that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Witness? No. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter of a Western-style restaurant called Le Carnaval. Oh God. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up somewhere. It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It has become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Sonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court of everything you can tell about the incident. At once, sir. That's the voice I'm looking for. And no petty interjection from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. I don't know why my voice keeps changing. Perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have fuel dinner at the time of that day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, a gun in hand, was the accused university student. Yes! Hold on, just let me clarify something here. While I did pick up the gun I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him. Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. Why am I using that voice? The court wishes to listen to the witness report of what he saw, you amateur. But... The next time you interrupt at inappropriate times, you will be penalized, defendant Naruto. Don't worry, Yonosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, you must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim was the gun on his hand was the same man you see here in court today. Yes, without a question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Yonosuke? That's just not right. when I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite to him at this table. Really? That's not something the waiter could have missed. I could have warned about the interjecting, but still, what should I do? What should I do? Fuck. Wait and see. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryonosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. Never got into UA University otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. Fuck! If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Milsom wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Attention!
Dear me. What are you going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Asunaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, the sketch of the established layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conspicuous waiter. Sorry. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well. Is there a problem? And the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. There you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have changed. So, the court has now heard the précis of the case. Why am I doing that voice? Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at the black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. That contradicts what the waiter is saying. What do you think I should do? Oh wait, what do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see how decisive this evidence really is. No, I want to check something real quick. Give me 1 second. Nice. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, when they call me a saint, well, I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Ieyasu Nosa, reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor in fine articles of antiquity from the artisans of all nation Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Kyoryo Kurokuta, at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually make tea at the most exquisite aroma J establishment in question, always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with interesting parties regarding the curious, which I make my business. I can't understand that word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer. Sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He also targets La Carnival because of its high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, both witnesses the precise moment of his most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit has been attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniform rogue infantry over there who has unloaded his fireman, sir. This Spanish is as impossible to understand as the other. I'm almost sure I've heard that strange noise during that last thing he said. So this is the decisive evidence the prosecutor was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yeah. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimonies, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir! Standing ready but to report, sir. Unsavory memories of Mozart's Arabic afternoon. Witness testimony. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regular I was ingesting regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while I was having tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of this particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Black uniforms, varsity cadet fired at the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysterious, absconded precious curio. I have no idea what that means. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed a vital moment? And you saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim? Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryonosuke? Yes! All I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang. Well, if that's the truth, there's obviously a criminal in the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue to who that criminal was. There is? Ryonosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Oops, sorry about that. Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimonies of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of
Yes!
What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands the right to cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hashimaki headband boy next to you told me to do it. How pathetic. Pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. Defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination? The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you truly think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kasume is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright. This is where the battle really begins, Ryonosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in the cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key of doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves that the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryonosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then. It's all or nothing. What'd the witness say? I was ingesting a regular beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself was extolling the virtues of particularly fine golden curio that administration. In that precise moment, the fireman was. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna press.
Yes!
So this black uniform, you're saying that was... Ah, I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet. Who else see you around with a black uniform, Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but... It was you little wizard. You unloaded the fire on that man. From behind his back, you call yourself a citizen. What is it, Ryonosuke? I'm not quite sure. Something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. Easy. He was shot by the front. If that's the case, check back to the details. Well, this is tutorial stuff. Fuck. Looping around. Yes, tutorial. Loop back, there you go. So, the old man was shot through the... Okay, E. On.
Yes!
What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of subordination? Thrusting of photographic print and inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. Tch, what nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Who sent me an image? Is this Bernie again? Yep, it's Bernie again. That's obviously that. I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency. There's no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. So frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. I couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from the single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense. There's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Ieyasu. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the Englishman civilian from the back. The cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed a crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness testimony, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? uh, wait, what was that? Something just popped from behind his back as he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Norton? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. To the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival stick, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard was proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. The witness, Sergeant Iesanosa, did not see the defendant firing the gun at all. Yeah, that's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That's University Cadet here. He was pointed the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment of the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed! The Hoya Koban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habit to place in my bosom of pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoy treasure. I believed that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not. When I was presented with a little alternative, and then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished? Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it fall in there, and then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoy treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoy Koban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. I need to fix my chair. There you go. More back support. Nevertheless, Orange would like to watch your... What? I'm not broadcasting this. Who the fuck is Orange? Who the fuck is this? in-game near replicant. The fuck? What? I have somebody on my Steam page requesting to watch my broadcast. No. Watch it on Twitch. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard is inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Auchi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he would find a wolf at the back. My witness have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing the next statement, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have possibly committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryonosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witness to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegations. Is that clear? As clear as my Hiroko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me. But there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nossa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name Idol. It seems that those straps are a sign of a sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Idol. Attention! Our father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. This is cute. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the present moment of the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, the pointing is gone at the foreign man he was, like your lag in black. How much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time can find that there was only one personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Yes!
I didn't even get to read that. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of your octopus already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
And you call yourself a lawyer. You will respect the rules of court and speak accordingly. You're not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has a photographic evidence of this fact. This photographic print the scene of the crime, Counsel. Indeed. Of the table in which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As you can plainly be seeing, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. Oh, but that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we were able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies have just heard leave no further room for doubt. They're very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. I think that I, Takasuchi Aochi, will be contributed to the amity of these two great empires. It is an honor. How can this be so? How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryosuke. It is not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there is something going on here behind the scenes. And now it's your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kasuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses. But make it click on this. Shows can be so unbending at times. The true culprit. Even if what I even if what I say wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. That young lad in black, I must myself to see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises, there was only one personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman riding all by himself. Therefore, no other... Okay, I'm gonna have to press. What's press Q?
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was one lady there.
Objection!
As I've been pained to point out time and time again, I feel like growing callous in my ears. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If there wasn't more people dining there at the time, someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. A quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place is almost empty. It's what you'd expect. 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency. There was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hmm? At the clinic? Yes, it indeed appeared to be an entry that in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. Hmm? The very day of the incident. So the victim waited for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think of Yonosuke? Huh? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court records as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical record card to be submitted? Yes.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask the medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already had conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention the victim's movements prior to his arrival to the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are concerned is up to us to decide. We have the right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request from the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense request. Youngsters are forgiving asserting their rights? It's a most disturbing trend. Topical. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical record card to the court records. Okay, time to check that out. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle. even if you don't seem relevant at first. Right, I heard you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's a day after the festival already for you. Oh, perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt? Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korekuta-san. Alright, let me check the... where do I check percent, I guess? E? E. Oh. Ooh, go back, go back. No! Fuck. Can I just go E now? Alright, let me check this shit out. Medical record. Can't I examine? Interesting. Interesting, I can't examine it. Bullet did not pass through the victim's body. It's a brand new piece of evidence, so perhaps we should examine it. Oh, now they're gonna show me how to examine it. Great, great. I was trying to examine it. Okay, yeah. Use da-da-da-da. Oh, that's weird. That's weird. Interesting. Let's read this. Let's have a look. Is this some kind of medical history? Ah, there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. It's the most modern practice in West for pain relief. You must have heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. There's a cautionary note for the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure, until anesthetic effects have passed. There we go. There we go. We got it. Really? Sounds like the information worth bearing in mind. The medical record's information has been updated in the court records. With this new information, the meaning of one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Even if what I saw was in the precise moment of the... Nope. Yes, pointing... Indeed, he was dining all by himself. Fuck! Okay, I'm thinking it's gonna be the dining by himself. So I might need to press that first. I'm gonna press that first and see what I get. Okay, press.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone? That I did. Forgive. That I was fucking up the voices, so my bad. That I did. Forgive for the position I placed you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the contestable evidence that we have support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beef steak on the victim's table, a meal for one. No. The antique dealer, the sergeant, the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? Perfectly honest, I have absolutely... Oh, if I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Okay. How do I go back? Okay, there we go. And now I'm going to present. So I press first, because sometimes you need to press first or else you'll fail it. There we go, medical records. And off.
Yes!
Well, I think, What are you talking to me? What are you allowed to call yourself a lawyer? That was a weird voice. I wish I could, but first and foremost, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly that the cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposely, you knew exactly what it is you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Hey, he's back. Interesting. Why doesn't he show up? Is he not in chat? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a mod in another channel, and I was checking why there's somebody able to write, but not show up in the chat. Interesting. How's my bitrate? I haven't actually checked. Hell yeah, Cito drop frames. That's beautiful, beautiful to see. What's her like? There we go. Now he showed up. She had two. Yeah, perfect. All right. Sorry about that. Real quick break. Korekuta-san. This medical report cards belongs to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You're not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain words you might understand. Oh, hey, Yomo. What you up to? It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Everyone is fucking streaming? Yeah. I'm streaming because this game just came out. And I fucking love this series. I don't know why everyone else is streaming. I started streaming first. I've been streaming for about almost an hour and 40 minutes now. Almost 2 hours. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. But like, I know, like, I'm just streaming this for myself at this point because it's not a game that people like to, like, I don't know. I don't feel like this is like a stream game because it's just me reading constantly. I don't mind it, but I can see how it can get boring for other people. This is a good like background stream, something while you're doing something else. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. So right now I'm trying to defend myself in court because they killed a dude in a restaurant, and now I'm a lawyer, so I'm defending myself in court. That's basically this game. Wait, I should check something. My volume looks low. No, it's good. It's good. Remember, Yasuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. His medical report has no bearing on the matter at all, for a simple reason that there is no one else beside this pale-faced pupil who could... This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? That outburst hath petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? What's that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim just had a tooth extracted. Huh? What's this now? Wait, no, that's not his voice. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that the result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, I can't. Korekuta-san. What, boy, what? As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eaten anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more? You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim has dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of anesthetic. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say the tables in this restaurant's case have turned. Oh shit. It's so dumb. I love this game. Wouldn't you agree, Yonosuke? Oh, yes, most definitely. So, having undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one crucial conundrum. who in fact was eating the pictured beefs. Wait, I have a message? Oh. The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. Assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? All right. Sorry, that was not the right voice. All right. The answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. The person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been the victim himself, me, the two witnesses. Okay. As a yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know the victims couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was someone else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through the ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government. Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. There's two witnesses to the stand. What? What are you talking about? Oh, I did the voices. You have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, it now turns out that the two deliberately lied when giving your testimonies. Obviously, you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And, since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Korakuta-san? No. You were just following orders. Now hold on, lad. I was, Yeah, you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean... You saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Dun dun dun. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order. Counsel, explain what's going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't... This can't be happening. Yonosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence with someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aochi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, There's only a handful of possibilities. It could have been the government, the military, or police, I suppose. Well, any ideas who you might be behind this? If you can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut? Of course. We need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his power, his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found new clues as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything. Make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it is proven that the witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency! I had no idea any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first thing that comes into my head. And then I have time to think. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... him? Could it be him?
Yes!
Ouch. That was not the right one. Okay, so I'm guessing... I'm pretty sure that, what it is, I know which is the evidence. I'm 100% sure, so it is him.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hazunaga-san. Hazunaga-san, the waiter who took the stand.
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give a false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even the head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If that man truly were a waiter. Okay, so guys, I'm gonna go eat a sandwich. I'll be right back. Oh, Mouse, did you really arrive right now? Could you give me literally, like, I know you just got home. Could you give me like 5 minutes, 10 minutes? I'm gonna go to the bathroom and have a sandwich real quick. Because my mom just came in and was like, hey, the sandwich is ready. You won't be able to chat, but this way I can listen in for a bit. Like, no rush. Because I can go eat a sandwich. I'm making a be right back screen right now. Because I don't have one, actually. Let me do something. Let me delete this scene. And then duplicate. Make this my BRB screen. And this I need to duplicate. I don't know how to duplicate. B. And then BRB. I don't even know what font I'm using. Oh god, these fonts are disgusting. These fonts are disgusting. Why do they look like that? Why do they look so... Use Google font. Let's go, Google font. Why does everything look so bad? Font style. Enable anti-aliasing. I see anti-aliasing, I see. Oh god, what's happening? I just want a regular font. Done. And this, I'm gonna blind this. And then do this. And then transition. Okay, there we go. By the way, Mouse, I don't know if you can't chat, but look what I fixed.
Wow.
Whenever I get a follow, it'll be like,
Wow. Wow.
okay, let me actually, real quick, click into the game G, audio, music, off, and then go here. Boom. Okay, I'm gonna put that music up. I'll be right back.
どうしたいつまでそっちを見てやがるてめえと殺し合いに来たてめえの仲間だの朽木なんたらだのがどこで死のうと興味はねえよ
Okay, I'm back now. I shouldn't have done that. Shit. It already has different colors now. Okay, I don't know. Can y'all hear me? Damn, my hair is messy. I had a quick pee break. I had a sandwich. Oh, it's all good, y'all. It's all good. Oh, fuck. There we go. There we go. Now y'all can see it. How's everybody doing tonight? Okay. Let me stop the music. Okay. Wait, this is a fucking Naruto shit. What kind of weeb shit is this? The kind of weeb shit I would listen to, let's be honest. I brought some water, because, I've been talking nonstop for an hour and 40 minutes. But yeah, let's get back to the game. Give me your music playlist. I just Googled lo-fi on YouTube. That's my YouTube playlist. Literally, I used like the lo-fi hip hop girl, but it was giving me issues. So I just hit next. And then this video is literally called Naruto Vibes. So it's lo-fi remixes of lo-fi What about your fear of copyright? Lo, it's weeb shit. You get copyrighted when you have like actual like English music or shit like that. Video game music, stuff like that, you're fine. And Lo-Fi Girl basically said that you can use her music in a stream and you won't get DMCA'd. That's why I use Lo-Fi Girl. There is still fear. But this is like Naruto remixes. You're not gonna get DMCA'd for this. I'm actually cleaning my glasses because I'm a nerd. Okay. So how's your stream been going, by the way? I know that you've been streaming for about an hour now, right? Or more? I like the fact that I started streaming, then you started streaming, now Nomi's streaming, and Yo was like, why the fuck is everybody streaming? And then he stopped watching all of us. Man, how the fuck you got followers, man? I ain't got shit. I'm low-key, high-key kind of jelly. It's probably because you're a girl. Which makes sense. No, I'm not gonna lie. It's more attractive than looking at my ugly face. You have more followers than me. I do have more followers than you, but I don't get 1 follower per stream at the rate that you're going. I've gotten 21 followers, and which one of them is my dad, by the way. Like in a year. Granted, I don't stream that often, and granted, I don't play popular games. I have coerced people to sub to me. Okay. To give a brief review of what's happening, the main character I play as, Naruto, is... You got an attractive online personality? Like you're not a douche? You know what? You know what? I'll take that. I'll take that. I mean, Chemical was here for a moment, but I think Chemical likes my Guilty Gear gameplay. He only talks about Guilty Gear. So he left. I don't think he's into visual novels. Not a lot. Like, this is a game that somebody like Melody might enjoy. But I don't think Yomo, Nomi, none of the other guys would enjoy. And even though it came out today, a lot of people that are into this sort of thing would just play it themselves. They want to watch a stream of it because why the fuck? I would just play the game. It's a visual novel, for God's sake. So I know that at least this game wouldn't be popular. But yeah, I really love this games. I love these games. And I've been like voice acting. I've been enjoying it because I've been voice acting it through the whole thing. Go back to your... Dude, Wizard 101s has been my only stream where I broke double digits. I hate that. I hate that so much. What? If he truly were... Come on now, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hoshinaga's real identity, as proven by this evidence. Where is it? This thing. This thing. I need to examine... Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial... There you go. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. You know, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Okay, so basically what's happening is that the witnesses were tampered with. And we're trying to figure out who tampered with the witnesses. And it's apparently Satoru Hosonaga, which is, you mean... Ah, fuck, what's her name? Lady Justice? No, Lady Love Dies. Lady Love Dies. Lady Love Dies is based on this. This is like a... This is like the predecessor to a lot of those, like, attorney games. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it. So the guy on the right is my best friend, which is like the ace attorney. I'm like a fucking man attorney. And so he has a trip to go to Britain. But he's defending me in this case. If he loses this case, he would lose that chance. So I, being a fucking pendejo little dude, said, I'll defend myself to protect my best friend, because, you know, Nakama. So I'm defending myself in this case, and it's basically, all the witnesses have said that the dude was eating alone. It's basically a guy who was shot in a restaurant. And I picked up the gun thinking it was like, oh shit, why is there a gun on the floor? And I picked it up, and I'm an idiot. And then the dude got shot, but apparently it was someone else. There was another witness there, but all the witnesses said that he was alone. And now we're just proving that he wasn't alone and that there was another person at the scene of the crime. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They're wielding it somehow here. The waiter's business card information has been updated in the court records. Okay, now I need to go back and percent.
Yes!
ADD got me paying attention to half of what you said. Just listen to it. It's like cool moments. The plan, like the judge, see? The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree, it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can include anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. The back of the card of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling details is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched a plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. Also, note. Oh, you can't see it. Fuck. I'm just gonna lower myself slightly here and make myself slightly smaller. Maybe out of this thing here. Ooh. There you go. I'm smaller now. Note that this dude's headband. Yeah. Note that this dude's headband. Oh, top center. That's so smart. Why are you so smart? Is waving and there's no wind here. This is just anime as shit. He's indoors. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession. But that's surely... Good gracious. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there, in this stand... Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you've seen this foreign gentlewoman? Yeah, this is still the first case. At the scene. Well... Hold it! Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this may have happened. The moment you asked to submit the sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. I don't know why I made him French, but I made him French. The court will take this plan and add it to the court records as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court office at once. Of course. Here you are. It's like almost ending the first case. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigation flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Oh, of course. Your salary. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes. There have been series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Oh, you're right. Fuck. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty. I'm just gonna say that since this jig is up, he just talks normal again, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But will you elaborate on one point for the court? Sorry about that. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspect. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. Oh, this is him. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite to the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. The Englishwoman may have murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as primary suspect. Well, irrefutable evidence. That would be completely out of the question. I think it's more a political thing. Like, okay, so the backstory is that Japan and England just signed a treaty, like a friendship treaty. So there's a lot of pressure in this court because an Englishman was killed on Japanese soil. And so the Englishwoman looks like to have a strong political power. So they're trying to get her out of it and used my character as a scapegoat. Without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Casimir? Yumei University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the Medical Facilities Research Laboratory, is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're a chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed a woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it was prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was certainly Miss Jasael Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory at Yumei University Medical Facility. What? What is happening here? admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matters are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particular critical premise, namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency! That would mean missing the noon deadline of the ruling in order to send the telegraph report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be displeased by such action. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceeding of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Jezeel Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll have to go against the special orders you were given by the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it would be a problem? It wouldn't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. The court will be adjourned briefly. The prosecution must call the English student, Jezeel Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes! Your Excellency! Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. To be continued. I forget how fucking long these games are. They're so long. Save your current progress. Yes. Oh. Oh, how do I... Back? There we go. November 1138. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber 5. Excellent work, Renosuke. That was superb. Sorry, he's not British. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You're entrenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you're grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight. Before I knew, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. It was a grim sight, but before I knew, we started finding inconsistencies in their testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't even... I don't even want to see the inside of a courtroom again. I don't know how to do a laugh. Anyways, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at least. Miss Giselle Brett, student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I'm trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observations are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentleman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see that happen? See what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself then. On the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun laying on the floor. And I bent down to pick it up. Bang. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot came from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me up in some sort of... and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his subject without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I had no idea what happened outside of the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikatoba. Well, it seems I was right. A pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our mother country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend vet the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyways, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. A gentlewoman whose involvement in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will use every tool at their disposal to quash your case. And I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defender, did I know? God, this is the door. Please make your way inside the government one. So dumb. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before these old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed it, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. And as a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty of this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad? That's the kind of true friend he is. But this isn't my battle, just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria at the on University Street. And an extra large portion, of course. I'm gonna need more water. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Right when the... Okay, TLDR. My name is Ryonosuke Naruhodo. I'm a university student at law school. I went to a Western restaurant. This is in Japan. I went to a Western restaurant where basically I was having a meal with my best buddy, who's like the ace attorney of the university. There, I was about to have my coffee and I was about to leave, but then I see a professor, a British professor there, and I was saying like, yo, what's up, professor? And then I go back to my place, I finish my coffee, and I'm about to leave. Once I leave, I notice that there's a gun on the floor. So it's like, oh shit, you dropped your professor, you dropped your gun. The moment the character leaned downward to pick up the gun, bang! A shot is gone. Is shot. And so I am being accused of murdering the professor. So we missed the first half of yeah, you missed the first half of the court, where basically all the witnesses were like, hey, there was no, like, okay, so when I saw them, there was a professor, and there it was the professor and there was a lady there eating with the professor, and all the time I was like, but guys, there was a lady there. The lady could have shot him. Obviously, the lady's probably the bad guy. But everybody was like, no, there was no lady there. There was no lady there. And I had to find evidence because basically they were saying he was dining alone because there was only one plate of food in the table. So I used evidence that he was dining at 2 p.m. because he was dining at 2 p.m. because he had a root canal. They removed the teeth from him. At 1 or like at 11 at noon, they removed the teeth from him. But what happened? He was under anesthesia, so he could not eat for 3 hours. So the evidence that they were using that he was eating alone because there was only one plate, in fact, proved that there was another person there. And so what happened then was that the two witnesses confessed that they were being strong-handed to say that the English woman was not there. By whom? The waiter. That apparently is not a waiter. He's a detective from the police agency working undercover. And so now they're actually bringing in the English woman, and that's this part of the court. Basically, because right now there's happening right now, like a week before, Japan and England signed a trade agreement. So this court has a lot of pressure because an Englishman died in Japanese soil. So there's a lot of pressure on this, political pressure on this. But or not, I think you can get the rest through context clues. You ready? Let me guess. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Asushi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. This is me. He was a lawyer student, so he's not really a good lawyer. My best friend is like the ace attorney, like the top of the class. That's helping me out. So he's like all nervous and shit. Sorry. See, this is... Also, note that this is Japanese. Note that this is Japanese because this man has a headband that's blowing in the air without there being any air in the room, because this is a closed room. Yep. This over-the-top character design is what makes this game. Okay. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Well, you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryonosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over foreign governments' opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is that where our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friends know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what secures our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert, just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Thank you. Yeah, I worked on that today. I also did this. I changed a little tune when I get a new follower. Look.
Wow.
It didn't show up. Okay, great. Why didn't it show up? Why didn't it show up? Did it actually show up and I missed it? Why isn't it showing up? Oh, I see why. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, the game was covering it. Do you see it now? Or, oh, wait. There we go. What? So I need to change like the little zombie boy. But yeah, like I fucked around and got the. So it's not the default thing. I just need to change the zombie. Okay, back to the game. said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, the trial will now resume with a new next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes! Your Excellency!
See what I mean with character designs?
Well, what a delight to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea! Someone bring this English tea. In England, no discussion takes place without tea. Is that true? No idea. No idea. Oh, that was me. No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. This is the waiter that's actually I have been working undercover as the head waiter at the company.
Yes, we all know about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of.
Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I?
Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are surely lacking. Sorely. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please? I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What?
Yeah. Is this set in Japan right now? The lady says her name is Jezebel Brett. She comes from London, England. She's visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yume University Medical Faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you just said, but it was beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough.
Yes, I agree. Haha, you obviously do fine in England, Casimir. Your English doesn't rattle you a lot, doesn't it?
Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks this beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at the restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson.
Also, by the way, so because of just to give you a little sprinkle of intrigue, my dearest mouse, the name here is Wilson, but in the original translation, the original game, it wasn't Wilson. It was a very similar name. It was Watson. See what I did there with my dear melody, my dearest melody. It was a reference. See, I know. And with the victim, Dr. Wilson at the time.
Is that correct?
She says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was following special orders from the bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes upon this photographic print? See, that's he got shot in the chest. Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of this wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was very frightening and a sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness a crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order. Order in court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? We have an absolutely conclusive statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Lawyers need their swords, you know? A frightening and sorrowful sight. Dun, ding, dun. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor wasn't able to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak.
This is the actual game. This is the actual game.
After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor. They got into a fierce argument. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I didn't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a condemning testimony.
Yes!
Yes! Now, I didn't have any kind of argument. Sorry, that's not his voice. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. Look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dog-minded scoundrel like you can imagine these words the court is going to believe. Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Rinosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Ugh. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and two witnesses who testified before. Reported back to the bureau. I can't say that word. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there's nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness' own words on the matter. Ugh, it's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Rinosuke. But I didn't fire a gun I picked up. There must have been another gun in there that day. You're right about that. Which means This lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. A frightening and sorrowful sight. Okay. I've arranged to meet for a slightly... Okay, this is where the game starts. This is where the game starts. I'd arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with the professor that day. So basically, the way it works is that you have two options. You can either present evidence or press. If you press, you basically just put a bit more info and try to get more info from that statement. So sometimes it's pretty obvious when you have evidence to prove, so you can just go for it. But in other times, you don't really know what you're doing, so you need to press. And there, try to get more information out of the witness, which is probably what I'm going to do now. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered myself. See, this is not that good of a statement. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor. They got into a fierce argument. So I'm gonna go here. I have arranged to meet for a slightly lunch. I'm gonna press.
Yes!
After 2 p.m. in fact. That was really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right? No. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would have lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report. That's right. No, we have evidence. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered myself... Because let me show you... Okay, so... Let me go through the evidence. I have the university collar pin. This is the post-mortem report. Interesting. They did say that while in Britain, post-mortem reports are done like with an autopsy, here, post-mortem reports are done with a police officer just checking overall and giving what they thought was a death sentence. So I think in reality, he might not have been killed with a gun, because they usually, everything they say in this game is like, it's a Chekhov's gun. You're gonna use it later. Here, let me see if I can examine. See, time of death, short, November. Single bullet fire from close range, fatal hemorrhages from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. That's what we have here. We have this, which is the picture. This is the waiter's business card, where we discovered that he was actually the actual police. Yeah, no, that's what this game is all about, Mels. Figuring out what actually happened. So here is the crime scene. So you can see she did eat the steak and all of that. And this is the medical report. Right now, we don't really have strong evidence to show. Okay, so I'm gonna just press them all, because sometimes when in doubt, just press everything.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he had just had a tooth removed at the Hoda clinic, correct? That's right. You were supposed to actually check the witnesses before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of the fact? It seems so, yes. She had heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor wasn't able to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Rinosuke, about the witness' last statement? See? It's meaningful. Because I think there was only one glass of water in the picture. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett. Oh, sorry. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, Significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. Sorry, that's not his voice. The defense calls for the witness' last statement to formally add it to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. So now we have evidence. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? Significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there was some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Rinosuke. By the way, another quick tip. His name is Rinosuke Naruhodo. Do you know what Naruhodo means? By any chance, do you know what that means? His name is Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Naruhodo means objection. His name is literally objection. Naruhodo! This game is literally puns. This entire game is just puns after puns after puns. I ordered a beefsteak for myself. Okay, here we go. And I just some cheers over a glass of carbonated water. So now I can present. Voila!
Yes!
That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what odd is this offense inability to express itself? Ryonosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. Yeah, he's supposed to slam it, but since he's such just a novice, he just slaps it. He doesn't know how to slam the table yet, which is like a trademark of the game. Cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over the glass of water. But if that's true, then there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Kansa. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by the nitpicking of a minutin? I don't even know how to pronounce that word. What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minute, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only one? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all. She's saying, good gracious. Sorry. There, I assumed the court before. There is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remind that this student was just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in a state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know. Not exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. Yeah, no, they lie all the time here. It's perjury and shit. This game does not follow proper legal procedure. It would seem that she slipped it to a small handbag she was carrying. Guess what she could also have in a handbag? A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady was generous, graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing of the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You had wasted enough time already. Indeed. The lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a it's the handbag! Wait! The lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. Sorry, he's not British. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would perfectly be possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I'm feeling you pick up on that too. Are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot we heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire the gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at that scene. A true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting... Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? Sorry, he's not British. No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Mr. Brest's handbag. No! Order, order, order. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Alchi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show the contents at the time? And she wrongly incriminates, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now you have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Well, what's a sorry situation? As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I have to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brent's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there are no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. That's the nature of this game. That's the nature of this game, Mouse. Thank you for helping me prove that, Naruhodo-san. Order, order. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. The photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. I think you've allowed long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. Oh wait, he's not like this. He speaks differently. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Yeah, no, he has a mark in his hand. Indeed, there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn the things around, I'm in a worse situation than when I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ranosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean, this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are mate, and while the strong eat. You're wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance of now turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which you can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. Very well. I will not proceed to immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little. Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Having considered all evidence placed before me.
Yes!
Hey, he did it! Wait, Your Excellency. Ryonosuke? I don't think you can rule this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurish is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. This is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room to doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means if there is a problem with this evidence, some significant detail I mean, then the ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag of the gentleman who's carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryonosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ah! My thoughts exactly! Really? The prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate. But this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I can put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted here. You will identify for the court where in this print do you see the significant detail which you have alluded. I'm guessing it's this. There's nothing else significant. It has to be this. Right? Right? It has to be the bull tattoo. Mouse? Fuck it, let's just go for it.
Yes!
Yes! Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was wondering what new piffle would come out of this. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly, it has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, it is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea what the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. Oh, that's the judge. However, as Prosecutor Aochi pointed out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise detail of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and the other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shouldn't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is out to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link the burn to the... Oh, sorry. If we can just link the burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to pry this shutting doors back open again. Just give up, Council. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I didn't notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I had to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. The time to find some evidence that proves what was burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. What evidence that demonstrates what inextricable... Okay. I'm gonna have to examine. We need to look for something that looks like a bowl. Here we go. Found it. Found it. Let's go.
Yes!
We did it. What's this? What's this, Council? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things may have because this is when literally when photographs were started. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have an unusual shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? Try me, bitch.
Yes!
A beefsteak? Actually, the point of the metal plate that the steak was served on. The plate? Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there is an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. The emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ryunosuke, you genius. You were spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, we can't know if that happens on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that, which most likely happened at some other time, unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Aochi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. Yep, it's a post-mortem burn. And it's inconceivable that the victim would have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnaval, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day, or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself and the sergeant and the old antique dealer, all of us, without a question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Aochi? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Inosuke, do you think? Here we go. Can it really be true? I never tried to arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. What? There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Hey, Wami. How you doing? I hope you're doing good. Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. It's just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. Clearly, he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No. Prosecutor Aochi, It's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered a burn while at the restaurant, his whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it is true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it is highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. Hey, Nomi. But Your Excellency! The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
It's technically not the newest game, but it's a standalone game, so it's perfect for streaming. You don't need to have played any of the other games to... Yeah, it came out today, but this game came out in Japan like 2 years ago. This is actually a bundle of the first game and the second game. So it's 2 games. This was a Japan-only game. Yeah, but this is like I need to keep going. It's getting spicy. It's getting spicy.
Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese.
I mean, she's a transfer student in Japan.
Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all.
Then why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? Yeah, it's just literally came out today.
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking your vulgar tones as much as possible. It seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see I shall have to lower myself to communicating with all of you on your own level. Oh, well... You are the epitome of the true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this. Your lavish consideration of your graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. These things are getting interesting, Ryonosuke.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem reports show no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's any other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please, do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative technologies probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
I think you're right, Mouse. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it.
I hope that the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It's a delight to merely hear you speak, dear lady. It seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's men is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you won't have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett. Put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I like how mad you are, Miles. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear?
Probably. She's like a rich English lady.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Then you may proceed with the cross-examination.
Unfortunately, I have no idea.
Okay, yeah, so I already read this. I'm gonna go with this. If there's any way a man... Okay, I'm gonna press this.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from the height, however a person's life is taken, there's always a telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And our police force has thoroughly examined the body of this disease. There can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I've always aimed for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, I perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takesushi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast auspicious aspirations. Fuck. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence.
How do I get this evidence? How do I get this evidence?
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the land of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found in the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it.
Like basically I need to find evidence of poison.
Quite right. Le Carnival is open business for as usual today, just a day after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction...
Wait!
Oh? What's this? This is new.
Means even if the investigation takes a different... vital evidence will be lost. It doesn't even occur to your native... It doesn't even occur to native detectives to try and preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can. You understand? A killer blow. A lady is so formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. He actually admitted our police force may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that.
Still, there's something about Miss Brett she said. There's a moment before, when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Jinosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Yanosuke? There is something I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes. He seems to react a little strangely to Mrs. Brett's last statement. I was wondering if I might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on the last statement one more time. If you think so, but... Oh wait, if you think so, but... This time, instead of But this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
Yes!
See what I mean? That sometimes you need to press, and then you get like new things. In the land of okay, so we said this. Wait. There we go. And now, what do? I don't get a new button. Yes. Okay. There we go. Yes. There it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often left their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now. Ryunosuke, all you have to do with the witness marker. What marker? The marker that just shows up now. At the moment, focus on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. Thank you for giving me this graphic information. But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to the other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. If you can catch the person just at the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then. Oh, alright then. So first I should move the marker across with A and D and focus on the detective? Then pursue them with space? And see what's on his mind? Here we go. Exactly, which I mean... Wait. Oh, I have to do D first. I want to do D. There we go. And then space.
Excuse me.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. It looks like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard that the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's a delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works?
Absolutely not. Huh? The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in this case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me the crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water. This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there is something left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment.
Is it me? Maybe it's me. Let me check if my quality is. Nope, no, my quality's still good. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as the court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. What the fuck? What happened? New evidence. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle for which you drank the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question.
Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his further.
Okay, so now I need to use... Actually, wait, I might need to check the evidence first. Can I inspect it? I can't. Okay, so back. Okay, I'm gonna present the bottle now. Oh, I can inspect it. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma?
I think it's French. Must be very expensive water.
Yes. Well, what does it say? That's what I was asking.
You can go to France and ask. You could have just said that you don't know.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water?
Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Let me go over here real quick. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order. Agatha Christie became a mystery writer because of her vast knowledge of poisons. Interesting. On that day, who was sitting on the same table as the professor and able to sip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have done it. Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. It was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous! The suggestions are a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile! Have you ever considered how the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten how we only just signed an accordion of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling of your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
If I may, I will silence you forever for this discretion. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I had to describe your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Of course.
You did? Have you forgotten that what my guiding principle is already?
I strive for a flawless investigation every time.
I don't believe it.
Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its content. And? What did you find, Inspector? Sorry, that wasn't his voice.
I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time.
And we could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure?
The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself.
No. No!
I'm very grateful that you, although to all you Japanese, you successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. I thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all yours, ours.
I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think the cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has ascended, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit.
I'm done for.
The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience it has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point?
Kazuma?
I'm sorry, Renosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I must really be leaving.
Hold it!
I remembered this. She was tasked to get something.
Please wait. It's not...
What is the meaning of this?
Forgive my intruding on the court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hours, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in furoshiki cloth.
What? No! Fuck! What do you mean to be continued? Yes. I'm finishing this episode. Or at least I'm finishing this episode. It's late, but I said... So basically, it stops at certain points. Because this game is long. So it has these... Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm gonna finish this episode. I said this was gonna be a long stream, and I mean it. To give you perspective, I've already streamed for 4 hours. Did I not tell you were gonna like this shit? That's your birthday? Give me 1 second. Okay, let me. Then request for express. Okay. A judicial assistant. And a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I only asked for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence I must hand over to the defense. You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency! I am most grateful. She talks a lot, so I need to give her an easy voice to speak. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry. There's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report or something? Written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. The English woman's? After the trial had resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wollaston's laboratory in the medical facility, and I borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So this research, whatever it is, has something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no. Of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effect on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? Never heard that word before. Time's up! Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on the note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eyes over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. It's been added to the court record. Goodbye then, and good luck. She is queen. She is queen. You've had long enough, counsel. Wait. You have had long enough, counsel. You cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now, one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency?
Ryanosuke, we're out of options here. This is really our very last chance.
Yes, I know.
Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency?
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Boop! Yes! Let's go! Miss Josiah Lee Brett. I understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Ume University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel?
A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison into the body leads to an instant death.
Objection!
What? What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you say? I've never heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country.
It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. Dude, the thing is, this is how you know it's anime. There is no wind in this room. The bandana just does it normally.
Order, order, order. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist?
According to the report authorized by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by tribespeople of South America as a poison to laser arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To laser arrows? The report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree growing deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffered instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector?
Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain.
According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used.
Explain yourselves, counsel.
The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they are in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all.
How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is entirely unpleasant. Extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I've said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious in a way, just unable to move. That's hideous! To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But to the victim himself, his final moments would be as living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. And you are suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison.
Objection!
It's all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison from which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, you must trust some... It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the result as if you discovered them. I'm appalled with a loathsome act.
Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on an unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett.
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Well, yes, I don't see, why not?
She's probably gonna drink it.
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
Sorry.
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers!
Wait, what? What are you doing?
No sparkle left at all.
How appropriate for this shabby affair.
Goodness, whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
So, no curare. The bottle was clean, is that what you're saying?
You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind.
Yeah.
Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Oh, yes, Miss Brett?
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose it's nothing else. Just a little Far Eastern trade. Will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? There can't have been, because otherwise she would have killed over dead. Come now, Ryunosuke. We have the clue. A bottle of water contains no poison. It's the glass that contains the poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes, your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. But sometimes, it's in need of a good staining. Until it's as dark as your uniform in the way of the sword. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, I fucked up. This whole trial was poisoned. Okay, so I fucked up. I was so sure of it too. Come on, Ryunosuke, we have all the clues now. A bottle of water contains poison. Actually, wait. Let me read her stuff. Maybe it does dissipate after a time. Yeah, no, it doesn't say anything about that. The culprit did put karate in poisoned carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. Oh, serious?
Objection!
Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way the bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking water from it. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. I believe that complication can be explained. How, exactly? I need to think through all the things that we don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the courtroom somehow. It has to be. Very well. The defense truly intends to assert this claim. Then I must ask you to support with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poison? I'm thinking it has to be... Oh! Oh, you're so right. Wait, let me verify that again. It needs to be ingested through the blood? Is that what it said? Oh my god, you're so smart, Mouse.
Yes!
Wait, what? It had to, what? Yeah, we lost one. We lost one. I showed the medical record that he was like... Yeah, I showed the teeth report.
Maybe, yeah, maybe this. We still have another. We have.
Yes!
Okay, okay. I had to show the notebook. I need to show the. Yeah.
The answer to this riddle is right here in Mrs. Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a bad explanation. No? After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest, I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report revealed the alleged answer to this riddle? Wait, was that not it? Okay, it's right. It's written right here under practical applications, I think. Oh, fuck.
Objection!
I'm gonna lose it, but it's fine. We're at the end here. We're at the end. I just don't know how to read. Come on, come on, come on. You read properly, yeah. I know, my bad. Okay. Special characteristics, that makes more sense. We've been hearing a lot about this Kirara poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years. To lace heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever they prey they're hunting. So we've been left to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they've been eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum. In this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see. That makes sense. Yes. The mention of a particular detail seems a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When the Kirara enters the body through an open wound, it has a terrifying poisonous effect. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authorized this research. You knew Kirara's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Rapscallion! Well, Rinosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
Oh, all this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it's possible. So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy, and it only makes you look silly.
Well, what are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish? Flaw?
As even your brain has managed to deduce, Kirara is safe to ingest. It seems likely that this effect are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus.
Oh, yes. Well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they?
So it's as lethal poison as completely heartless when drunk. The professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
Ah.
That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
Yeah, that's the thing. I was right, but I was just too five ahead. I was too much in the future.
Order in court, order.
The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way.
Are you trying to suggest? Yes, curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this? Welling up inside me. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's too intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
I don't think so, Miss Jessie Albrecht. How dare you sit down with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. And we know now that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone be killed by the curare?
Now we're doing this. Now we're doing this.
Take that!
Take that! As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. Fatal difference. The toxic effect of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Oh! Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you are well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No. I mean, I could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No. No! What is it? What's just happened? It's the Englishwoman. She just smashed in the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect as much of the water from the broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. Delightful carpet under my feet is a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it.
Oh, my camera got stuck.
How could you?
I'm gonna finish this though.
You won't get away with this. You can thump the benches just as much as you like, little boy.
But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? There really was poison in the bottle.
And let us not forget, we still have very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. Really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting on his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little school.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day using karate. And then, in order to frame Yonosuke Naruto for the crime, you waited until he picked up a pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor dead in the body in the chest with your own gun. And in the confusion of the fall, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his charm around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit this crime.
Oh shit, that's actually kind of bad. Because we never proved that she had a gun.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? I shot the professor's dead body? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly! As you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stands remain unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Watson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryonosuke Naruto. Ugh. This is unbelievable. How could this be happening? We had her. But now, is she really going to get away with it? We should destroy that evidence was obscene. Ryonosuke. Yes. We've come this far. But now you're the only one that can finish it. What do you mean? We've lost the vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, it must be in your head. In my head? You told me before your powers of observation were one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back now. Try to remember every last detail of the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the private memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There's a clue! Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryonosuke? Come on now, come on then. Let's sweat the smug face of that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while and something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. There's some clue that shows... I mean, yeah, the blood. I mean, that one's not that hard.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed.
Sorry, he's not British.
As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate, the steak you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute. What are you
Shut up!
Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on, was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor.
The bullet didn't go through.
No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph, and then relative position of everything there. The plate on the stake is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson from the chest, from the front, there is no way the blood from the victim could have ended directly behind him. Ah! Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite to the professor, as you were. Jessiel Brett. I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. The court seriously expects to believe something like the accused was apparently just remembered seeing.
Hold it!
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector? You mean? Yes. I took the plate, in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating.
Lower the resolution, mouse. Lower the resolution, it might get better quality. I'll wait. Because this is a great scene. This is a great freeze frame. Let me know when you're back. This is like the ending. You want to be here for this. You know what? I'm gonna take this chance and try to fix the battery. Back, mouse? Hey, Nomi, you still there? Have you been enjoying the game so far? It's pretty intense. Okay, so what was the last bit you... So what was the last bit you remember? So I can give you a quick heads up before... I'm glad you enjoy it. Pointing out the blood on the plate. Okay, so basically what they're saying... Did you hear the part where I said that it's evidence because... Okay, so basically I presented that and it was like, oh, do you... Like, the dude was like, oh, but why are you looking at that evidence? And then the detective was like, I kept all the food. I kept all the plates. Because basically, like, I'm not super invested because I was not here from the start. So he has the evidence. That's completely understandable. But it's fun to watch. Yeah, he has the plate. And, like, the evidence says that since the plate was on his back, the bullet didn't go through. Like in the coroner report, the bullet is still stuck to him. So since the bullet didn't go through, he must be shot from the other side. So the person that was facing him was the lady. Right. Give me a second, because like since I was waiting for you, I tried fixing my camera.
voice is gone. Is it back?
There we go. You guys see me now? It's a bit more zoomed out now, but that's fine. Anyways, so yeah, this guy's super like, I did it because of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Mrs. Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector. The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Oh, this is the wrong plate. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. This is the wrong plate. But no. It's impossible. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. I was right on the table behind the professor. There was blood on that side of the table. You know why I know it's not it? No. Would a distinguished English lady eat like that? No, the steak could be eaten, but it would be cut in pieces. What's an unbecoming impression, little boy? You see, this is why I can't trust what the Japanese tell you. I couldn't agree more. You're such a disgrace to the Empire. I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion of this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceeding is painful to watch. I do promise to do my best if I get all this when it's over. Ah! The sorry-looking mistakes reveal the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. I thought I saw was just fitting to my imagination. This is it now. I've lost. Ryonosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gallop. Huh? Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. This evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic. I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does this defense have any objection? Instead of going to discourage this trial for me. Can this play the stick review? I'm gonna go, there's another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will be revealed the shocking truth. Anything that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett. We must ensure a thorough examination of evidence. We will
give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied. All reasonable doubts have been dispelled.
I see. Only a found ally of my country. That's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense. You will now clearly show the court what you are doing. Oh, what the fuck? I did not expect that, but it's the evidence. It's basically that this isn't the right play. Huh? It's the coin. I don't know if you were here for that. This is a part of the first. So, do you remember? Did you remember the old man and the military dude? Okay, so this is literally the beginning of the case. What in the world is this? I think it's Kuben. A hallmark from the Koi area. No, I don't mean what is it? I mean, what's it doing here? Okay, so yeah, like you missed. This is part of the beginning, so you're not gonna understand. So basically, a dude that lost his coin was looking for it. These were the two witnesses on the other table. So this steak belongs to the dudes on the other table and not the lady's steak. Yes, or from the meat juices seems so to be in good condition. It's very good. This is the first time today there's been talk about the Hawaii Kobe. I've heard pearls of before swine, but I've never seen bullion and bouillon puns. I don't think I'll ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means I certainly never expect to find a precious coin with this thick cut of meat. It's from the Hawaii area too. It's well marinated in juices well. Look. What are you thinking of eating it? No. But the next time I order a steak in this restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's gonna be racing if I look the meat and appear underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Renosuke. A Kuben coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. Okay. What precisely on this beef steak is this? I found the coin. What else am I supposed to point at? Oh, I need to present. I'm an idiot. Let me get a good angle. Oh god. There you go.
Got it!
Got it! Good gracious. That's a Koban? What on earth? Oh yeah, I wanted that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What's a ridiculous question? How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is. I don't want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. Coin under the meat. That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hawaii Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip my ticket to the Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes. A rare Hawaii Koban just appeared to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to this case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. You're not even a lawyer. By all means, I'm gonna stop you. I won't invite you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps you should realize that this is you who is irrelevant. You know why I'm the one on trial here? The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what's it doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person that can it belong to. Okay, I know this one. It's the old man!
Take that!
The old man! Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer and owner of Rasute, Kyoryo Korekuta-san. Kyuri? As in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly,
These ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable.
It's literally, that's like breaking the fourth wall away.
Oh, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. Saying that he was up to something with the Coleman coins when it happened. At exactly the moment when the gun was fired.
Wait, what is this risking?
The gunshot interfered me not, as I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoya Akoban, my prized coin.
Then this Hoya Akoban, do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No. Please, why would Korakuta-san's koban be sandwiched between the victim's beef and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korakuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. I can't believe we've come back around to that period. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this koban, we'll find the key element in this case. This case has gone on for long. Holy shit. So yeah, these are the other two characters. What's this all about? Why haven't you called up again? Do you realize it's dinner time for my little baby idol? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became ruined man in a trace of worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Razu tale of his existence.
Be it that it may, Korakuta-san, something has come to light that require your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, had you ever seen this one?
Whoa! Yes! That's it! That one, that very one, that exact one it is! My dear splendid Sequoia treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day!
It can't be. As I thought.
Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Pulled me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Oh, I'm not sure it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between beef steak and its plate, soaking in its seasoned meat juices.
Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously?
Clearly, couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconcealable thing?
Excuse me? Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in a trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Ah, yes, that's right. A secret undercover operation.
The Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant that attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been run-ins of similar executed thefts targeted the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took the job as the waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It
seems likely that this Corbin incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a massive thief at the work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the massive thief one, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korotukastan Corbin is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korotukastan's Corbin and hid it under the stake? Easy. The guy who was...
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Iyesanoza.
What? How? How dare you? You monster.
Monster?
I stole that Corbin, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido. Ido is the mastermind behind all this.
It was the baby all along. It was the baby all along. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Noza. Sergeant Noza. You...
Clippity-clop, 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 clippity-clop.
Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Iyesanoza, preparing to stand down in Supreme Court, sir. Do any of you know the extraordinary low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those that it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place. And I've heard that it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you're stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chopping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork either, which is worryingly believable. And your target then, though, is the old man and his Corbin. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. Veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the stake when I halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I'd hear that the police conducted research and found a coin in my pocket. I'd be finished. Ido too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double. I slipped it under the stake, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the Corbin was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant, who would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding the coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense? Is it? Well, there are yourself for picking up your stick and biting into it without using a knife or fork. It's beyond. It's pure madness.
Here we go. There you go. Questions concerning the Sesame has been answered. I see no further justification for detaining you. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day.
Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming.
Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words that got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up.
If that's the case, I'll just stand there thinking, make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it? I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words just a few moments ago.
What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this?
What parting words are you talking about?
Yes, I'm right.
What you said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see some evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brett's truly contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? Give me that meat.
Take that!
It's like Miss Brett had been eaten before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, it's the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
No, you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural?
Natural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett.
Noted.
Notice what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman would ever contemplate picking a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at this steak, in person, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there.
Ah!
Oh.
Ah!
Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, therefore shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't
Shut up!
suffer. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, they will be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place.
Shut up!
I've heard enough. I'm irritating little spectacles, you irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady!
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks on the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know exactly what you're going to do with this? Yes, now at last, it's all coming together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all that who shot Dr. Wilson that day. accept these teeth marks. A mistake I had a little naturalness from putting on. But what exactly are you suggesting that took place?
Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes. I believe that these barbaric teeth marks are in the stake here. Amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr.
Shut up!
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You would know the meaning of the phrase typical Japanese empty threats.
I mean, it does say it increased. But I have no idea. I haven't gotten any follow notifications. What the fuck? What? It could be a bug. Yeah. We don't want to ruin this. We don't want to ruin this.
You would know the meaning of the phrase typical Japanese empty threats.
How can you be so sure?
Oh? It's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been what?
It's just because it hasn't been shown yet doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. The crowd has run several hours already.
I know. Look at my stream has gone for 5 hours.
And you say there's evidence to get brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't. But there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. It's the detective. He got both plates. The plates were swapped. Very well. I have a feeling this may be the last request of defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth of this whole affair?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga.
What? I have it?
Yes.
You think I've been withholding inclusive evidence? No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this stake with the teeth marks.
Yes.
Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting of stealing Karatsuka-san's coin, he told us he slipped it under the steak.
You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer.
Sergeant Nosa, could you possibly confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak?
10. Shut! Affirmative, of course. It might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind manhandling her meal to hide something in it.
In other words, the steak that detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of his steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
How do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. You surely aren't going to suggest that the sergeant switched to 2 steaks over? You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stick and hit the coin underneath it. But when the waiter announced that he was an undercover policeman, I thought I've had it.
If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With the military precision and timing, I switched my steak with one of the foreign ladies' table.
What? You can't. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable!
However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons in this uniform, that is all I did, sir.
Oh, you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own... Oh, fuck, he's not British. Back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both.
Ah!
That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can you possibly tell us now? I mean, cold slab of top meat can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not writhing your way out of this time, lady.
I beg your pardon?
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the state had promised to prove such a problem for you now?
You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembered seeing.
Just thinks he remembers.
I'm quite sure what I saw, Miss Brett. On that side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot in the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory served him well. And now we have evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. That does not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Sorry for keeping you. Here is the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it.
Ooh, look at that! Look at that!
The blood stain. It's clearly visible, look.
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
It can't be.
In fact, there's only one person who could possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Jasiel Brett. It's you.
Outdone? By a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. No. No? Yeah! Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me.
Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened. The truth this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using karate. As you surmise, I chose a particular day for very good reason. The professor has dental equipment for the extraction of his teeth in the morning.
So you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison will be found in his water. Because karate is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it grew all the other. I would place the stick I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been hanging alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table.
That would be me, I suppose.
Yes, yeah, who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such as he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan to spur the moment.
Plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Carrara in my handbag, and then my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
Under your skirt? So I was right. There were two guns.
Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you're sure I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up,
Bang.
that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. You didn't know at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
Obviously, it seemed that Hodoro was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair.
Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson where he picked up the gun.
So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency?
Yes.
I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
see. This trial is finally run its course. Pursue the prosecution.
This can't be. Takasuchi Ouchi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student.
You better start getting used to tough decisions.
Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Yes? This is an insult to the Ouchi family name. This will never be forgotten.
Okay, so you guys don't know this if you haven't played the games, but this dude, so basically Naruhodo is the ancestor of Phoenix Wright. So this is like the ancestor of Phoenix Wright in the current life timeline. And so this dude is in every single first chapter of every single game, this is the dude that you go against. Different iterations of this guy. So this is basically a reference to the old games. But he's always been a shitty prosecutor. So the fact this insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten is literal. Because he generationally, he's gonna keep losing to this dude. To Phoenix Wright. You've become conceit with age, Counselor. Be the old and have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world, and may you never forget that. A thousand millennia may pass, but still, the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial is a report of Japan. Well, Japanese people sort of I believe going down in history as a target new chapter to the judicial system. Despite being so less than accused, Ryonosuke Naruhodo present over next case. I thank you, Your Excellency. Use of evidence and deduction to unravel truth as a modern methodology. After all, it's only been a short decade since our country opened its doors to the world. But the Western ideals of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future awaits us. A new future overall awaits. What will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the Junk to pursue. Kasuma Asogi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. Do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency.
What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind.
Oh, never mind. As for you, Ryonosuke Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
In you I sense unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing you carry out orders.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryonosuke Naruhodo. This court is now adjourned.
Is he gonna be protagonist rival in the future? I think so, yeah.
I can't believe it. I can't believe what happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial.
Ryonosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sakayaki from the place on Yume University stream. Don't forget. Good afternoon. Oh, your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh, it's just a girl. Congratulations on both of you for proving not all those signs of innocence. My trusty judicial assistant. You work hard for that result, you too, you know? Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report with Miss Brent, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be from my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was idea for me to go to university and investigate. Your father? Oh yes, of course. This man always makes sure. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotawa, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Mikotoba. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Not order. You did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh, it is I who should be thankful. After all, your efforts exposed the truth that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned it before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's where you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together at the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago. Besides, it's your turn, sweet. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It needs the world. Science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, watch and learn, my boy. See what happens in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this. The spirit of the Osogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. The Japanese man's katana is a soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. Yes. I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? To Jessie L. Breton. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's a true culprit after all. She will not. She will be leaving Japan at the very near future for Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Jessie L. Breton will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? Why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Oh, this guy. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today, and very impressive to watch. I must regret. Wait, what's this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular form of crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who's going to bring her to justice? The British consular court will hear our case somewhere far away, where our voices won't be heard.
the consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you are right. And so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature in our respective governments. They can't invoke the consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student. It doesn't justify a government making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan? I'm afraid that for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking the case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor... You're right. There's no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Inosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Osmana-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. To Le Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. Le Carnival's rule is second to none. I shall go and attend the paperwork for Naruto-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. So Jessiel Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? But it's fine, this was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. Oh, your skills make the difference. One day I'll bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not too sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. I helped you today. It was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have the natural talent for being a defensive. Oh no, not me. What tense? With all that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through all of that ever again. It's just did what you told me to do. That's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean? That's the point. Listen, Yonosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon any lawyer needs in order to... knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his client. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. Oh, like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human. Just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make the choice about what you believe in and stick to it when you defend yourself. Sometimes in a court
silliness even then. That's not something anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Huh? Believing in your client? Just look at today's trial. Now the student Mora with precious to her real experience, but she never stopped believing in me. Well, you face seemingly hopeless situations time and time again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it through your own efforts, because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Asuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryonosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Oh, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Susato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It wasn't because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. And that's the end of episode 1, guys. That's it. So the Adventures of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. So it's 5 episodes. Oh shit, wait, what? Okay, no, this is the second game. So we got the Hound of Baskervilles, the Clouded Kokoro, the Runaway Room, and the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Yeah, it does say 27. I wonder why. Let me check my things. So, did you guys like it? Because it's been a long stream. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours now. But it's been fun. It's been really fun. I love these games. I love these games a lot. That being said, my throat is like fucked. My throat is so fucked. I should put some music in the background. Here, let's put some Naruto Lo-Fi. Close that. Woo! Why did my follower goals go up? I don't get that. Oh, that's really close this. I need to check my Streamlabs dashboard real quick. So let me know what you guys think. What do you guys think of the whole thing? I'm gonna stream this entire series. I want to like it's like I'm streaming it, but at the same time I just really like playing this game, so it's like I'm just gonna go for it. Like it's like if anything, streaming it is gonna help me control myself, because if it's just me, I would keep playing. I would get addicted and I wouldn't sleep. It's like having a stream and seeing how much time I've dedicated to it actually helps me like calm it down a bit. Let me see. Follow. Look at my follow goals. Sub goal. Why can't I see my follow goals? Donation goals, email. Wait. Did you miss the ending? Oh yeah, I got chat in the corner. Should I make it bigger? Is it too small? Let me make it slightly bigger. Okay. I'm trying to see why. Oh, here we go. Follower goal. That's weird. When I say it here, it still says 22. I don't know why it increased. I don't know if I should keep it longer or I don't know. I'm messing with it. Turn the music low. Okay. The reason I kind of also want the fade is because if people write some really horrible shit, it'll leave it after a while, so I don't have to delete the whole thing. Once you become a huge streamer, it won't matter. But yeah, like, did you miss the ending, Mos? I would recommend, like, the VOD is gonna be on Twitch. The VOD will be on Twitch, so you can watch it there. I'm sad though. But yeah, basically what I was trying to say is that there's 5 episodes of this. The last one is called The Hound of Baskervilles. So maybe that'll get you hyped. So, but in total, so this was just 1 episode. There's 5 episodes in the first game and 5 episodes in the last game. So we're talking that it's 10 whole episodes, and they tend to be longer than this one. So I'm thinking I want to stream the entire thing. But I'm thinking it's gonna be like 20 streams, maybe less. Yeah, no. I'm gonna try to cut it so when you said like the to be continued, I'm gonna have to end it in the to be continued. Because I think episode 1 and episode 2 I might be able to do in 1 stream. Granted, this stream was 5.5 hours. My throat is shot. But I think starting episode 3, I might start splitting them up. I didn't record the VOD, so I should probably download this VOD, and I can make YouTube videos out of it. I don't know. I'll ask Anna to do that. She edits shit. Yeah, no, like I had water, but this is not close to enough water. Like my throat is kind of shot. Did you like my voice acting? I was really into it. Nice. Like it's rough. And you know what, for the next parts, when you get to Britain, like I know part of this game already because like I said, it came out like 3 years ago in Japan, and I'm a fan of the series, so I read about this stuff. I don't like all the nitty gritty, but I know some parts of it. The next parts, when you have court in England, you have a jury, so it's like 6 people that I need to voice in addition to like all the. It's gonna be fun. But yeah, that's Ace Attorney. This is the first episode. I told you, Did I hit the mark when I told you? Yeah, you love this game. I did send you the link for the first 3 games. I sent you the you can play it on your phone. I can resend it. Basically, so the first 3 games you got an HD remaster. This is an entirely separate story from the mainline games. I think there are 7 mainline games right now, and I played all 7. Let me see if I can get you the link. Your iPhone, right? There you go. But yeah, I think this has been my longest stream. I don't know why my follow goals are. I don't know. This is fucked. This has been my longest stream ever, and it's fun. It's fun. But like, it was funny. Can you restart the UI? Let me try. Follower goals here. Why does it change? Why did it change? Let me go here. Follower goals 5. Stream overlays. No. Okay, so copy. Control A, Control V. Enter. I wonder what happened. I wonder what happened that changed that. I need to check the VOD. Warning, it can consume you. And granted, I feel like at least these games are like the cream of the crop in the sense that the ridiculousness keeps coming through the games. It starts getting more ridiculous and more ridiculous. In one game, one of the people you interview is a parrot. It's a parrot. I think there's also a whale or a dolphin. Let me look it up. Okay, no. You defend a whale. Your defense, like, you have to prove that the whale is not guilty. Here. Let me see if I can, here, let me show you real quick. This is the whale. It's Orla Shipley. This is actually like Ace Attorney either 5 or 6. Wait, how many Ace Attorneys are there? Is there a 7? Okay, no, there's 6. There's 6. Good night, Nomi. I'm probably gonna head to sleep myself, dude. I'm just cooling off from the stream, you know. I've been doing it for a while, so it's like cool off period. So yeah, the whale is in Ace Attorney 5. Thank you for coming though. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I'm drinking some water now. I'm fucking parched. Anyways, guys, I had a lot of fun. Thank you much for joining, and And I think I'm gonna call it. Good night, everyone. See you in the next one.